People have talked about a new beginning. I hope and believe it will be. I'm sure the positive news of today will continue to be built on.
I look forward to the future. I see a great opportunity there for us to start a healing process here in Northern Ireland.
It's only on the basis of equality, fairness and respect for our differences that we can begin to heal the deep divisions between our people.
These negotiations and the new arrangements are part of our collective journey from the failures of the past towards a future together as equals.
I am convinced that we have taken a step today of which we can be proud. We are giving something to the future.
It's about recognising the need to encompass all attitudes and all opinions, all religions, all creeds, all colours, sexes, disabilities, within a diverse and honourable society.
We have interrupted the culture of failure in Northern Ireland. There is no going back.
Yes, 71.12%.
First Minister in Northern Ireland and First Deputy First Minister in Northern Ireland.
Please welcome to the stage your host for today, Andrea Catherwood.
A very good morning, everybody, and a warm welcome to the Sir William Whitla Hall at Queen's University, Belfast, for the first day of Agreement 25, the Dynamics of Peace. Today's a really special day as we join together to mark 25 years since the signing of the Belfast Good Friday Agreement. I'm Andrea Catherwood, and I'm going to be your host to guide you through today's events. I'm a broadcaster for BBC Radio 4 based in London, and like a number of reporters from Northern Ireland, I left and I went on to become a foreign correspondent and live and work around the world. But I learned my trade here in Belfast. In fact, the first documentary I ever made was for BBC Radio 4 called Coming of Age. It was the 18th anniversary of the start of the Troubles, and I was 18 years old. The point of the documentary was to ask what was it like to grow up and reach adulthood having never known peace. So I interviewed other 18-year-olds about their experiences. You can probably imagine some of the events that shaped those young lives and our fears for the future. I can't tell you how heartening it is to have seen recent media coverage about those born not like me when the Troubles started, but when they ended. When the Good Friday Agreement was signed, those peace babies, those who have never grown up knowing the kind of violence that we lived through. Perfect? Absolutely not. Transformational? Yes. And that agreement, of course, would not have been possible without many of the distinguished guests and inspiring speakers that we're going to hear from today. In a moment, I'm going to invite our first speakers to come on stage. And in this opening session, we're going to hear from President and Vice-Chancellor of Queen's University, Professor Ian Greer. Hilary Rodham Clinton, Chancellor of Queen's University Belfast, Emma Murphy, President of Queen's Students' Union, and Senator George J. Mitchell with his wife Heather. So please join me in welcoming our first speakers to the stage. Well, I'd like to invite President and Vice-Chancellor of Queen's University, Professor Ian Greer, to officially open the conference. Ian.
Distinguished guests, colleagues, friends, I offer you a very warm welcome to Queen's University this morning, and today, the first day of our conference, Agreement 25. It's good that we're here together to mark that occasion. Each day, the Agreement 25 conference has a theme, and the theme today is Reflect. So I'm really delighted that we have so many distinguished guests, speakers and panellists visiting the university, contributors who can speak with the authority born from making the agreement a reality. We'll reflect not only on the Belfast Good Friday Agreement, but also on the peace and prosperity of the last 25 years. With today's theme of reflection, we think on the huge milestone that was reached when the Belfast Good Friday Agreement was signed. A critically important milestone on a journey, but as many have said, it's not our final destination. Rather, the agreement is a set of tools that can help us overcome the challenges on our path. Sadly, there are still some events that emphasise the fact that we remain on that journey. Events that bring us right back to those painful memories of the past, notably the recent attempt on the life of Detective Chief Inspector John Caldwell. The solidarity shown by our Northern Ireland politicians following that event sent an important signal. Strong confirmation of their commitment to a peaceful future, peace that will bring prosperity. That reflection reminds me of the words of one of our greatest alumni, Seamus Heaney. Hope is not optimism which expects things to turn out well, but something rooted in the conviction that there is good worth doing. As we reflect on the last 25 years, we can see that good. It's become the reality of our everyday life in Northern Ireland. That good came from the hard work of many leaders. Leaders who were central either to creating the agreement or to delivering the lasting impact over 25 years. Without their vision, their conviction, their tenacity, and indeed their bravery, it simply would not have happened. We will hear much about them and their achievements over the course of today, and there are too many to mention individually in a short speech, but it would be remiss not to call out the leadership of Senator George Mitchell, our former Chancellor. And we're delighted that Senator Mitchell And we're really delighted, of course, that Senator Mitchell is with us in person for this event. We're also proud that Queen's is an anchor institution for Northern Ireland, and we're part of that journey. Queen's is a place that transforms lives. It transforms lives through education, through innovation that drives economic growth, and importantly, as a forum to share different views, to challenge them and to respectfully debate, and in doing so, to come together. The conference epitomises that role for our university. By working together, we can change the lives of young people. At Queen's, we believe that it's a student's ability, potential and commitment to learning that comes first, not their personal or social circumstances. Our Pathway Opportunity programme really does make a difference. It has reached into disadvantaged communities across Northern Ireland and helped support over 800 students transition to higher education. Our inclusive approach also extends to community-based projects, such as in the markets of the Greater Shankill, because we believe that partnership is key to the success of an inclusive society. So over the next 3 days, we'll reflect on the past and renew our commitment to collaboration, our commitment to partnership, our commitment to peace. And we'll reimagine the future as we journey from the history of the Belfast Good Friday Agreement to our hope for the future. In the words of Seamus Heaney, over these 3 days we will see hope and history rhyme. Now, the focus of any university is, of course, our students. They're our future. And over the past year, it's been a great privilege for me to work with an outstanding president of our Students' Union. So it's with great pleasure that I hand you over now to Emma Murphy, President of the Queen's University Students' Union.
Ladies and gentlemen, honoured guests and friends, I am absolutely privileged to be speaking to you on this celebration for the 25th anniversary of the Good Friday Agreement. This conference is rightly being hosted by Queen's University, as I know that for so many from here, university is a chance to meet people from different backgrounds. Whether it's in the classroom or over a pint or two in the Students' Union, it's still many people's first chance to experience true integrated education. Today, I want to specifically pay homage to the contributions that the student movement has made to the peace process. For decades, students have been at the forefront of advocacy and activism through peaceful protest, rallies, and calling for the end of violence. In 1972, the forming of the National Student Union in Northern Ireland, NUS-USI, was one of the first institutions to work across the UK and Ireland, and has been regarded by many as the blueprint for the Good Friday Agreement in how it has collectively brought students together as a force for good against sectarianism. From civil rights to participating in the Yes campaign for the 1998 referendum, the student movement has been key at putting pressure on political parties to get in the room with each other and has shown the importance of standing up for what you believe in. The student movement today is still integral to creating change and challenging the status quo. As president of the Students' Union, young people that I speak to have no doubt in their mind about peace. For us, there is no going back. Instead, their minds are focused on the issues of today, the cost of living crisis, housing, climate change, job opportunities. There is no doubt that the past quarter of a century, has improved conditions here, but there's still much further to go. In 2023, we should not be living in damp houses, relying on food banks, or being forced to work long hours. Young people should not be disenfranchised by politics here and reluctant to get involved. I myself am a peace baby. At 23 years old, I've been born and raised in Belfast my whole life. For me, so much of the Troubles has been a ghost story, to steal the quote from Derry Girls. Instead of going through violence myself, I've grown up hearing from my dad about the violence and intimidation he suffered through in rural Dromore and the relief he felt every single night closing up his dad's bar. I've heard from my mum questions of why on earth she moved to Belfast from Dublin in the 90s when there was a shooting in the area on the first night that she moved up here. Just to say they are both fine now and in the audience doing well. To so many in the room, activists, elected representatives, people working in communities, I'm forever indebted to you. Thank you. Conferences and historical moments like these are a golden opportunity, not only to reflect on the past, but to build for the future. The Good Friday Agreement required difficult conversations and brave leadership, and that is exactly what is needed again. Without a functioning government, the lack of decision-making is failing future generations instead of building upon the developments that Northern Ireland has made. Let this anniversary be the impetus for action against stagnation and towards progress. Let the lesson be that change is not one moment or one group of people. Let us keep moving forward. I will now invite our Chancellor, Hillary Rodham Clinton, to speak. As one of the most recognised female politicians in the world, her role in peace building in Northern Ireland was integral by not only championing the work of the Women's Coalition, but by going into local working class communities and speaking to women there and building peace. Thank you so much.
Welcome. Welcome to Queen's University Agreement 25 Conference. And thank you, Emma, for those important words and for representing the students, the 25,000 students of Queen's at this historic gathering. Because it's so appropriate since this is truly about the futures of the young people of Northern Ireland, who are the true subjects of our gathering today. Thank you, Vice Chancellor Greer, for your visionary leadership of the university, and a special thank you to George Mitchell, an esteemed former Chancellor of Queen's, as well as a colleague and friend. America and Northern Ireland were well served throughout the long public service of George Mitchell and the long road to peace under his capable leadership. He rightfully earned not only the respect, but also the trust of participants on all sides. I was pleased to work with him at the State Department, and I am so delighted he will share his reflections with you today. It is also an honor to be joined by so many important participants of the Good Friday Agreement and its aftermath, who you will hear from over the next 3 days. The Lord Mayor of Belfast, Tony Blair, Bertie Ahern, Bill Clinton, all of whom will be speaking. The conference co-chairs, Ryan Feeney and Professor Richard English, as well as distinguished faculty of this university, students, alumni, and guests from around the world. On the 25th anniversary of the Good Friday Agreement, I think we can all agree to celebrate a significant milestone with both a sense of accomplishment, but also of hope and determination that the next 25 years will bring more fully the peace, prosperity, and safety the agreement promised. Now, there can be no doubt that people in Northern Ireland today enjoy safety and security much more than those who had lived through the previous decades that they could have only dreamed of. And the longevity of the Good Friday Agreement remains a true triumph of diplomacy and a testament to democracy's power to transcend divisions and deliver peace. But it is primarily a testament to a lot of tough, determined, everyday people who refused to go back to the days of division and violence. This first day of the conference is titled Reflect, as we hear from the architects of the 1998 Belfast Agreement. Tomorrow is titled Renew, as we discuss what should be done to fulfill the promise of the agreement. And day 3 is to reimagine the economic prospects for Northern Ireland, especially in light of the Windsor Agreement framework. So you will hear from the architects soon, but first, let me just make a few points about what we are celebrating and about the work that remains. I think all of us know how difficult it was to secure the Good Friday Agreement, how much work and sacrifice it took on all sides to bring about peace, and how much effort has gone into implementing its tenets and building a new government in Northern Ireland. The credit for peace ultimately goes to the brave people of Northern Ireland, who took risks for peace. I well remember Bill's and my first trip here in 1995, the first time a sitting United States president visited Northern Ireland. And after the Christmas tree lighting ceremony in front of Belfast City Hall, in the midst of that enormous crowd where so many of the people gathered were holding the hands of their children or holding smaller children on their shoulders, we gathered right here in Whitla Hall. Catholic leadership stood on one side of the room, Protestants stood on the other. It was not easy for them to reach across that literal, physical divide. It took years of building trust, and it took courage. Bill and I moved back and forth between them, meeting and talking with them. We understood then that making peace and making peace endure would require patience and follow through, and would take time. I remember also on a visit in 2009 when I was Secretary of State, talking with Martin McGuinness and Peter Robinson as they worked through thorny challenges of governing together. That took courage too. And of course, there wouldn't be a Good Friday Agreement to celebrate today if it were not for the women of Northern Ireland. I well remember starting in 1995, meeting with Protestant and Catholic women, mothers and daughters, sisters, aunts, friends who may have attended different churches on Sunday, but 7 days a week prayed that their husbands and their sons, their friends would come back and forth from work, from shopping peacefully, prayed for a better future for their children and grandchildren. Women like the late Mo Molam, Inez McCormick, Pat Hume, determined, unstoppable forces for peace. And Joyce McCartan, who brought together Protestant and Catholic women in a safe house where they realized they all wanted the same things: good jobs, good schools, peaceful, secure neighborhoods, streets you could walk safely down, security and prosperity you could count on to build a life, and human rights. Women like Brona Hines, Monica McWilliams, Jane Morris, and Pearl Sager, who formed their own political party in 1996 in order to participate in the formal peace negotiations. A quarter century of bloodshed and strife, and millennia of embedded sexism had discouraged most women from being in politics, from being in the arena, but not them. One of the goals of this conference is to recognize the role that women played and are playing in peace building. And we're also here to amplify the voices of the next generation of leaders and to create a dialogue to address the major issues impacting society today, so we can keep building on the current peace over the next 25 years. Because while the Good Friday Agreement is an enormous achievement, we know that peace, prosperity, and progress that so many have worked tirelessly to achieve remains incomplete. The work of integration in housing and schools is far from finished. Neighborhoods remain divided. poverty and unemployment persist. The difficulties of the past continue to threaten the present. You know we are at a standstill with the Northern Ireland Assembly no longer functioning. But the Windsor Agreement provides a path forward, not just for convening, but for positioning Northern Ireland as an economic hub for global trade and investment through privileged access to the UK and all of its trading partners, as well as the EU. Now, there have been many moments in Northern Ireland's peace journey where progress seemed difficult, when every route forward looked blocked. There seemed nowhere to go. But you have always found a way through, and I believe you will again, because the stakes for the people of Northern Ireland are so high. You stand as an example to the world of how even the staunchest adversaries can overcome differences to work together for the common and greater good. So I encourage everyone now to move forward with the same spirit of unstoppable grit and resolve that brought the peace 25 years ago. Your friends in the United States will be behind you all the way as you work toward peace, prosperity, and stability that lasts. So that is what we are here to discuss over the next 3 days. This forum will provide a chance for leaders who created the agreement and those working to extend it and realize its full promise to share their experiences and visions for the future. What I find so remarkable about being here at Queen's is that many of the 25,000 students were born after the Good Friday Agreement was signed. Yet they study together in Maclay Library. They play sports and join clubs together. They have those long, deep conversations you have at university late into the night. The ordinary activities of students all over the world. But when considered in the context of Northern Ireland's history, the idea of young people from all communities, unionists and nationalists, Republicans and loyalists, becoming one another's friends, classmates, and mentors, it's clear there's nothing ordinary at all about what has been built here at Queen's. And what an example and model it sets for not just Northern Ireland, but the rest of us. Because Queen's mission is transformation of knowledge and learning of individuals and societies, of leaving its mark on history and the world. Consider the motto of both the university and Belfast, taking from Psalms 116. What shall we give in return for so much? The answer has been clear from the beginning: as much as we can. And one of the driving reasons to resume the government, to get about the business of governing, is that right now 33% of school leavers in Northern Ireland leave to seek their futures elsewhere, taking with them their skills, their education, their ambitions, their dreams. The ongoing struggle to finish the Good Friday Agreement and claim its full promise is a reminder of one of the things I try to remember in my life when I've been really high or really low. There are no final victories or defeats in life. The most important thing is to fight the right fight and to keep doing it the best you can for as long as you can. I want to leave you with one final story. 3 years after my first visit to Northern Ireland, I helped organize the Vital Voices Conference of Women in Belfast at the new International Conference Centre. women who were coming together in public to find solutions to the conflict, to contribute to a lasting peace. As I spoke from the podium, I looked up and I saw the leaders of Sinn Féin sitting in the front row of the balcony. And right behind them, I saw the leaders of the DUP. At the time, the parties and the individuals were not speaking to each other. But the fact that they were both in the same room at a women's conference for peace exemplified their openness to listening, to compromising, to agreeing on a better future for the place they all cherished. We cannot take the progress we've seen for granted. It's what a 15-year-old boy named Mark Lennox from Glengormley High School wrote in a letter to my husband in 1995. He wrote, "If Northern Ireland is to have a future, then we must all work hard for peace and make a real effort. We will have to change our ideas and work for change." That is the choice the people of Northern Ireland made in 1998, and it is the choice I hope you will continue to make. This 25th anniversary is the opportunity so many generations have worked toward and waited for, to give the people of Northern Ireland the future they deserve, especially for their children and grandchildren. So let's get to work to see that men and women join together to make the world, as well as Northern Ireland, better for the next 25 years and 25 after that. Godspeed.
Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here to witness this historic anniversary. May it be the first of many. Thank you for your very warm reception. It's a great honor and a pleasure for me and my wife Heather to be here with you today. I'm especially grateful to the Chancellor and the Vice Chancellor and his staff here at Queen's University. They've worked long and hard to organize this week's events. They've welcomed all of us, the citizens of Northern Ireland, teachers, school children, media, politicians, all of us with extraordinary warmth and hospitality. Thank you, Hillary and Ian, for what you've done in organizing this conference. 25 years ago, the people of Northern Ireland and their leaders changed the course of history. It was a day when history opened itself to hope. The people of Northern Ireland supported, worked for, and established a democratic, peaceful process as their preferred form of governance. They overwhelmingly rejected political violence as a way to resolve their differences. If history teaches us anything, it is that history itself is never finished. On the evening the agreement was reached, I commended the men and women who wrote and signed it. But I also said that it would take other leaders in the future to safeguard and extend their work. And so it has. I am here with many others to sound that bell one more time. life is change for every human being, for every family, for every government, for every society. All human beings, every single one of us, is fallible, as are all human organizations and institutions. And in human affairs, the answer to every problem contains within it the seeds of a new problem. Today, a quarter century after the agreement, the people of Northern Ireland continue to wrestle with their doubts, their differences, their disagreements. This, of course, is only natural, and they will continue to do so no matter how successful their political leaders are. The answer is not perfection or permanence. It is now, as it was then, for the current and future leaders of Northern Ireland to act with courage and vision, as their predecessors did 25 years ago, to find workable answers to the daily problems of the present, to preserve peace, to leave to the next generation peace, freedom, opportunity, and the hope of a better future for their children. One of the strengths of democracy is the right of all citizens to publicly disagree with and to criticize their government officials and their policies. But all values, when carried to extremes, can become vices. So if there's one bit of unsolicited advice I'd like to give to the people of Northern Ireland, it's this: don't always be so hard on yourselves. At the same time, never, ever give up on the belief that we all can do better and be better. The future becomes the present in a heartbeat. 6 years ago, I made one of my many visits to Northern Ireland. The United Kingdom was wrestling with Brexit, and in the United States, we had just elected President Trump. While I was here, I was asked several times essentially the same question: can you comment on how terrible and upsetting the politics are here in Northern Ireland? So much anger, so much disagreement, so much distrust. In reply, I said, well, I can't speak for the UK, but I've just come from the United States, and I don't think any American is in a position to lecture others on their disagreements. I spoke those words 6 years ago, and they're even more relevant today. I do acknowledge, with a nod to the great sense of humor that often accompanies it, that people in Northern Ireland are quick to take offense. I was made aware of this quite dramatically in June of 1996 on the very first day of the all-party talks. In a large conference room filled with delegates from the two governments and 10 political parties, David Irvine, in a loud voice, shouted across the room to me. "Senator," he said, "if you are to be of any use to us, there is one thing you must understand." "What is it?" I asked. With a smile on his face, he replied, "We in Northern Ireland will drive 100 miles out of our way to receive an insult." Like you, I laughed, thinking it was a joke. But as I looked around the room, they weren't laughing. They were all nodding in agreement. Over the next few years, I witnessed firsthand the unique skill of Northern Ireland politicians in the art of insulting their opponents. But a wise person can always be superior to the insults he or she receives. Wisdom and courage and grace and even stubborn desire can help to sow peace and root it down deep in the soil where it can once again grow. So I say now to the current and future leaders of Northern Ireland, there is much in your history and in your politics that divides you, but there also is much that can bring you together, that can inspire you to continue what your predecessors began a quarter century ago. It is not a sign of weakness to resolve your differences by democratic and peaceful means. To the contrary, it is a sign of strength and of wisdom. And it clearly reflects the will of the overwhelming majority of the people of Northern Ireland. Yes, they often disagree, sometimes very strongly. Yes, they may take offense quickly, but it is unmistakably clear that the people of Northern Ireland do not want to return to violence, not now and not ever. I know that each of your parties, like all political parties in the world, have some of what I call the 100%ers. They want everything their way all the time. To them, any compromise is a sign of weakness. But I say to you that reasoned, principled compromise is essential, especially in divided societies, and it reflects a belief in democratic values, that we all are in this together. There is great depth in recognizing that the only way to help us emerge from the rubble of conflict is that we must learn to understand one another. We don't need to love one another. We don't even need to like one another, although we hope we could. But we must learn to understand one another and to be able to say yes to one another, especially when the quicker and easier answer is no. Because like it or not, we are all in this together. Facing the reality of the future rather than clinging to the myths of the past takes strength and courage and vision. Those we honor today showed those qualities a quarter of a century ago. They will be forever remembered, and others will be remembered as well. One grim but tangible memory is in these statistics. According to the Northern Ireland Police Service and the Northern Ireland Statistics Agency, from the start of the Troubles until 1998, over 3,500 people were killed and an estimated 50,000 were injured in sectarian violence. In the 25 years since the agreement was reached, there have been about 164 security-related deaths. But don't think of these just as numbers, because they are not. Think of them as mothers and fathers, sons and daughters, whose lives were cut short or permanently impaired. Still, to this day, their lives echo down through the years. And so I ask each and every person in this hall to stand and honor all of these lives, and every one was an individual human being. All of these lives with a moment of silence. Please stand. Thank you. Please be seated. There have been many architects in the House of Peace. It is impossible to name them all. They, of course, include President and Secretary Clinton. I'm very grateful to President Clinton for appointing me to serve as his representative in Northern Ireland and for his unswerving support for me and for the people of Northern Ireland during the long years of failure that followed until we got an agreement. Prime Ministers Blair and Ahern were absolutely indispensable to the process, as were other leaders of the UK and Irish governments. Many of their predecessors helped to lay the foundations for peace. They include Albert Reynolds and John Bruton in Ireland and John Major in the United Kingdom. Major and Bruton made the crucial decisions to establish the all-party talks and to invite the independent chairman to head that process. I shared that role with two extraordinary men, the late Harry Holkeri, the former Prime Minister of Finland, and General John de Chastelain, the former head of the Canadian Defense Forces. Each of us was well served by small but very able staffs. For me, they included Martha Pope, David Pozorski, and Kelly Curry. Both governments were represented by a succession of very able ministers and officials. They included from the UK Lord Patrick Mayhew, Sir Michael Ancram, Mo Mowlam, Lord Paul Murphy, Jonathan Powell, and Bill Jeffries. From Ireland, Dick Spring, David Andrews, Sean O'Higgin, Liz O'Donnell, David Cooney, Tim O'Connor, and David Donahue. Special recognition must, of course, go to the leaders of the major Northern Ireland parties. John Hume led the Social Democratic and Labour Party, and David Trimble led the Ulster Unionist Party. Without John Hume, there would not have been a peace process. Without David Trimble, there would not have been a peace agreement. They were justly awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. Lord Trimble later served as the First Minister of the Northern Ireland government. In the UUP, he was greatly aided by several key officials, among them Lord Reg Empey, Lord John Taylor, Lord Ken McGuinness, and Sir Geoffrey Donaldson. In the SDLP, John Hume received strong support from several talented leaders, including Seamus Mallon, a brilliant orator and negotiator who later became Deputy First Minister, and Mark Durkan, Brid Rogers, and Sean Farron. Gerry Adams and the late Martin McGuinness led Sinn Féin into and through the entire process. They were assisted by Jerry Kelly, Barbara de Bruyn, and Alex Maskey, who is now the Speaker of the Northern Ireland Assembly. They were all and always strong and effective advocates for their cause. Later, McGuinness served for several years as Deputy First Minister. Dr. Ian Paisley was a long-time and strong leader of the Democratic Unionist Party. The DUP withdrew from the talks and opposed the agreement, but they later re-entered the process at crucial talks in St. Andrews and thereafter participated actively in governance. Dr. Paisley served for several years as First Minister, where he and Martin McGuinness achieved some celebrity as the Chuckles brothers. Paisley was succeeded as DUP leader and First Minister by Peter Robinson, who had been a very effective negotiator while the DUP was in the talks. They, Paisley and Robinson, were ably assisted in the talks by Nigel Dodds and Ian Paisley, Jr. The Alliance Party was led by Dr. John Alderdice. He and his colleagues were very effective in the talks, and he later served with distinction as the first Speaker of the Northern Ireland Assembly. And his colleague, Eileen Bell, also later served in that same role. The Northern Ireland Women's Party, led by Monica McWilliams and Pearl Sager, played a vital role, as indeed did all of the women in all of the coalitions that stitched the threads of peace together. The Loyalist parties were small in number, but they played a very large role in the negotiations. Their leaders were David Irvine and Gary McMichael. Both were outstanding and powerful advocates for peace. They were assisted by other articulate leaders like Billy Hutchinson and Don Purvis. The Labour Party was effectively led by Malachy Curran. With the perspective of a quarter century, the strength of these leaders and the people they represented has become clear. Their places in history have been assured. I now know them all as friends. The only thing that gives me pause about reading this long list of honorees is that in the dust of my memory, I likely have inadvertently left out some who should have been included. And if so, I sincerely and profoundly apologize. So I'd like to now ask you to stand again to applaud these courageous men and women who brought peace to Northern Ireland with a sound that will ring out for years to come. The course of every true idea ends up eventually in the obvious. Peace is a true idea. It must belong to us all. It can be in some ways more difficult than war, but it must be pursued. It is our task, the task of our children and of their children, to ensure this peace so that history continues to open itself to hope. Speaking of children, in October of 1997, my wife Heather gave birth to our son Andrew. By then, I had been involved in Northern Ireland for nearly 3 years. The all-party talks had been going on for a year and a half, and there had been no meaningful progress. Actually, no progress of any kind. In many respects, the talks were about reciting and repeating history rather than changing it. The ceasefires were routinely violated. Some parties entered late, some left early. The anger, the hostility, the obstacles all seemed endless. Over and over again, I was asked, Senator, since you have failed to get an agreement, when are you leaving Northern Ireland to go home? Earlier that year, after an especially difficult period, Heather and I briefly discussed that question. I told her I wanted to stay, and she agreed. So I returned, and as I had always done, I answered that same question day after day, saying that while it was true that we hadn't gotten an agreement, I still felt it worthwhile to continue the effort to try to end the violence. But then our son, Andrew, was born. And as every parent knows, my life and my responsibilities would change irreversibly. I flew home for his birth, and I also made plans to travel to Washington to meet with President Clinton's National Security Advisor. My intention was to tell him that I was, for the first time, seriously considering leaving Northern Ireland, to ask for his reaction and advice, to request a meeting with the President to discuss the matter. I had continued my close relationship with President Clinton as he and Mrs. Clinton maintained a deep concern and an intense personal interest in Northern Ireland. My wife, Heather, had to remain in the hospital with Andrew for a few days. So it was there that we had a long and somber talk about the future. I had asked and was told that on the day of Andrew's birth, 61 children were born in Northern Ireland. We talked about what Andrew's life might be like and about the lives of the 61 children from Northern Ireland. Then I told Heather that I was going to Washington and why. Her reaction was immediate and strong. She said, "You have to go back until it ends one way or the other. If you leave now when the fighting resumes and lots of people die, you'll never be able to forgive yourself. Go back, give it one last try. I'll take good care of Andrew. You think about those 61 children from Northern Ireland." So I canceled the trip to Washington and returned to Northern Ireland. And when I got back to Belfast, I felt like I was coming home. But coming home doesn't always mean returning to safety. Unfortunately, the situation continued to deteriorate. Just before Christmas of 1997, I met with the party leaders to try to get them to agree on a statement of the major issues to be resolved. Mind you, this was not trying to get agreement on the answers to any questions. It was, after a year and a half of discussion, just to get them to agree on the wording of the issues that were to be resolved. At first, the meeting was amicable and positive. Then suddenly, the mood turned intensely negative. The old resentments returned, the insults resumed, and the meeting broke up in anger and acrimony. For the first time, I felt a sense of defeat. Then it quickly got even worse. A few days later, just after Christmas, a prominent loyalist paramilitary leader was killed while in prison. That touched off a round of retaliatory violence that threatened to end the talks and to plunge Northern Ireland back into the Troubles. The next series of meetings, some in London in January and in Dublin in February, were not in any sense negotiations. To the contrary, they became outlets for anger, for hostility, and the desire for revenge, as each side blamed the other for the escalating violence. Two parties were suspended from the talks. As we left Dublin, the mood was negative and the outlook bleak. So much effort seemed to be going down the drain of history. On the flight back to the U.S., my sense of defeat and despair deepened. And then I recalled Heather's words, "One last try." I took out a pad of paper and I wrote down the draft of a plan for a final intensive effort with an early, unbreakable deadline. I talked with my two colleagues, Prime Minister Holkry and General de Chastelain. They were in full agreement. When we returned to Belfast in March, we entered into discussions with the two governments and the 8 political parties still in the talks to get an agreement on an early, unbreakable deadline for an end to the talks, one way or the other. That discussion was long and difficult, but finally in late March we got agreement on 2 weeks of final negotiations and, crucially, an unbreakable deadline. My sense of despair gave way to a sense of hope for one important reason. We, the independent chairman, had no authority to impose a deadline. We could propose it as we had, but it required the approval of both governments and of each party. The fact that every party still in the talks agreed to the deadline meant to me that they were sincere in wanting an end to the conflict, despite their deep differences and the nearly 2 years of unproductive haggling they'd just been through. They still faced very difficult issues on which they had strongly conflicting views, but they did not want to return to the violence of the past. And the only way to do that was to reach an agreement. There was another reason for my hopes, personal to me and much less serious. I'd been involved in Northern Ireland for more than 3 years, but I still had a hard time understanding some of what was being said in the negotiations. I'd spent 15 years in the United States Senate, the last 6 as the Senate's leader. The debates were vigorous, but orderly, one speaker at a time. Here, especially in the early years, there was disorder. Delegates from 10 political parties hurled insults back and forth, shouted at and insulted each other, and some regularly and loudly stormed out in protest. I learned that the dramatic walkout is a major feature of political life in Northern Ireland. And the only thing that reminded me of the Senate was that some people spoke often and at very great length. It took a long time to establish an orderly process. Along the way, I made many mistakes. One of them was at the beginning of the talks, and it was in a naive and misguided effort on my part to be helpful. As a politician myself, I knew that all of them, politicians, liked to talk, and none of them liked to listen. So I foolishly said to them, if no one else will listen to you, I will be here. You will be heard. How I regretted that over the next... It wasn't weeks, it wasn't months, it was years that I listened to the same people saying the same thing over and over and over again. And many of them talked very fast with accents that I couldn't quite figure out. So to improve my understanding, I held many, many hundreds of informal meetings in my office and theirs where I said little and listened as much as possible. Listening, really listening to someone else speak, is hard, especially when it goes on for years. But it's also a sign of respect, and I respected them for what they were trying to do. By a fortunate coincidence, this effort began to pay off in the lengthy discussions to establish a deadline. So as we began the last 2 intensive weeks, I was encouraged by the fact that finally I could understand everything that was being said. More importantly, the long period of listening greatly helped me in the search for common ground. We set a deadline of midnight, Thursday, April 9. We didn't meet that deadline, and we also failed to meet the targets we had set for each of the 14 days of the final effort. My memory of those 2 weeks is a blur of constant activity as 2 governments, 8 political parties, and the independent chairman sought a written agreement on which all could agree on 3 complex and related relationships within Northern Ireland, between Northern Ireland, and between Ireland and the United Kingdom. My admiration grew for the men and women who struggled to find common ground against a history of distrust, disagreement, and violence to the limits of their physical capacity and under enormous political pressure. On the last week, Prime Ministers Blair and Ahern came to Belfast and assumed active and highly effective leadership in the talks. On the last night, President Clinton stayed up all night in the White House talking to the prime ministers and to the party leaders. By the morning of Friday, April 10th, we had assembled the product of all of these efforts into a single document. 2 years earlier, at the beginning of the talks, I had told the delegates that if there was ever to be an agreement, it had to be theirs. No acceptable agreement could be imposed from above or from outside. As we distributed the final document to them that morning, I reminded them of that statement orally and in writing. I said to them, virtually every word in this document has been spoken or written by someone from Northern Ireland. This is your agreement. It is of necessity a compromise. It does not resolve every issue. There is much in it you will not like. There is much you will like. But this is the end. Now you must decide. And I asked each of them, please say yes. Each of the parties then went into caucus. Through the day, they debated the future of their homeland, of their constituents, of their families. Their questions and concerns were many and varied. The prime ministers tried to answer their questions, to reassure them, to encourage their approval. By the afternoon, the final calls started coming in, at first a trickle, then a rush, and then there was a lull as I waited for the last call. Shortly before 5, David Trimble called me. I will never forget his words. We're ready to do the business. The party leaders and the government officials gathered in the large conference room, already crowded with reporters, television crews, staff, many others. I had suggested an immediate vote to be followed by a discussion. Nobody objected or disagreed, but in the excitement of the moment, they just started talking, and they went on until everyone had their say. I realized that my suggestion was wishful thinking, and the discussion continued until they were ready to vote. That was fitting because it was their agreement. It still is, and it always will be, theirs and yours, so that history continues to open itself to hope. In the future, politicians will tell it one way, the poets will tell it another, and the history books still yet another. But it's likely that none of us will say it in precisely the way that our grandchildren and their children will understand it. What has led us here has not been perfect. What surrounds us now is not guaranteed. And what will lead us on is the ability to recognize the faults of the past and the dreams of the future. The agreement reached in 1998 did not resolve all of the outstanding issues. It was a political compromise, the best that could be achieved at that time. In the years since the agreement, there have been many chronicles describing those momentous events. Many individuals have been lauded for their efforts, and appropriately so. I believe it clear that the greatest heroes were the people of Northern Ireland and their political leaders. In the most difficult and dangerous of circumstances, those leaders acted with courage, with vision, and determination. At one time or another, all were criticized or rebuked. Some lost their public offices. Some of their political parties suffered huge declines. But most remarkable feats often suffer setbacks. I'm immensely favorable to the people of Ireland, North and South, and their leaders. Peace may come dropping slowly, but when it settles, it confirms the humanity in all of us. Triggered by this anniversary, there has been much discussion recently about the agreement. Of course, everyone is entitled to, indeed encouraged, to express their views. Some in and out of Northern Ireland have criticized the agreement because it did not solve every problem and because there continue to be in Northern Ireland some failure, disappointment, dispute, disagreement. But I respectfully disagree with these critics. I believe the statistics on deaths and injuries I cited earlier are by themselves a powerful response to such comments. Those who advocate such views are in effect holding Northern Ireland to an impossibly high standard that no other society could meet or does meet. What society doesn't have violence? What society doesn't have some criminals, including some masquerading as patriots? What society doesn't have disagreements, disputes, some disarray? And I say, as a visitor and a friend, Northern Ireland is a good place. The people are good people. They're energetic, they're hardworking, they're hospitable. They're trying to do what's right even as they disagree on its definition. They want peace. Going forward, let's accentuate the positive in Northern Ireland. We need not eliminate the negative. Let's just keep it in perspective. My final words today are intensely personal. As many of you know, 3 years ago, I was hospitalized with acute leukemia. To this day, I continue to receive treatment. As a result, my ability to function has been severely diminished. This is the first time in 3 years that I've attended and talked at a major public event. But Heather and I came here today because we want to say personally and directly to you and through you to all the people of Northern Ireland, from the bottom of our hearts, we thank you for your warmth, your hospitality, your generosity. We love Northern Ireland, the people and the place, and a very large part of our hearts and of our emotions will forever be with you. in approving the agreement by overwhelming majorities in a free and democratic election. The people of Northern Ireland and of Ireland showed others the possibility of hope. Within the word impossible is embedded the positive word possible. When you approved the agreement, you were also talking to Israelis and Palestinians, to Colombians, to Africans, to Asians, to Americans. In fact, you were talking to the world. This is an agreement for peace and for the future, not just here, but everywhere. We are living in fractured times. We need you. We need your ongoing patience, stamina, and perseverance. We need people who believe, who know that the possible does exist within the impossible. Don't let it slip away. May God grant you the opportunity and prosperity and everlasting peace you deserve. Thank you, Northern Ireland. From the bottom of my heart, thank you, Northern Ireland.
Whoa, follow that. Senator Mitchell, thank you so much for such a memorable address and for sharing your wisdom with us. I think we also probably just got some sense of your charm and your humor that must have helped a lot in those long, long negotiations. I'm sure you'd all agree that it has been an absolute privilege to be in the audience this morning and to hear the different perspectives from our speakers. But I think I speak for everybody here when I say how truly honoured we are that Senator Mitchell has been with us today. Senator, we will long remember and be grateful for your skill, your patience, your determination, and your devotion. Can we have another round of applause just to say thank you to Senator Mitchell? Now, today's theme is reflect. And I'm sure that, like me, after listening to this morning's speakers, many of you have been thinking back about the last 24 years and just how much has changed in Northern Ireland. So now we've got the chance to hear some reflections from our first panel. It's called Building Bridges, the Two Governments. And in a few moments, I'll invite the panellists to join us on stage. They're led by our chair, Professor Mary McAleese, the former President of Ireland. And the Professor is joined by Paul Murphy, Lord Murphy, former Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, by Tim O'Connor, former Secretary-General to the President of Ireland, Liz O'Donnell, a former Minister of State and representative of the Irish government in those negotiations, and Jonathan Powell, the lead British negotiator on the agreement. So please join me in welcoming them all on stage. delegates talks leading to the Good Friday Agreement. Mark Durkan, who was a key member of the SDLP's negotiating team in the run-up to the agreement and went on to become Deputy First Minister and leader of the SDLP. And Reg MP, Lord MP, he was a senior negotiator for the Ulster Unionist Party in the peace process, and he was later leader of the party and First Minister. So please join me in giving them all a very warm welcome.
Well, good afternoon and welcome back after that fabulous morning and just such a moving tribute to those who have passed on, but also those who have played such an important role in this historic Good Friday Agreement. We have an exciting two panels coming up. The first 45 minutes will include Jerry Adams, former president of Sinn Féin, Professor Monica McWilliams, co-founder of the Northern Ireland Women's Coalition, Mark Durkan, former Deputy First Minister and former leader of the SDLP, and Lord Reg MP, the former leader of the UU, the Ulster Unionist Party. So welcome all of you. Thank you so much for being here. Today's theme is reflection, and this afternoon we will reflect on the Good Friday Agreement, not only why it worked, but where is it going? As Senator Mitchell said this morning, let's ask ourselves, how can we all do better now? For me, the Good Friday Agreement worked for four key reasons. One, it was the passing of a generation. Massive accomplishment. And yet 25 years on, Stormont is still not up and running. 160 people have been killed since 1998. The society is still divided. Some critical issues remain: the process of truth and reconciliation, justice, civic forum, Bill of Rights, how to involve the parties left out of the original Stormont formula. These are not easy issues. So we'll take a look this afternoon on why the Good Friday Agreement worked, why it held, and where it should go next. So I'll ask each of the panelists one question at first, and then we'll go back and have a second one specifically to each panelist. So let me start with just asking each of you briefly, comment on what was the magic of the Good Friday Agreement in 1998, and then looking back with the benefit of 25 years, what's the one thing that you would have done differently, if any? And we'll go in the following order. We'll start with Lord Reg MP, then Mark, then Jerry, then Mo. So, over to you.
Well, I suppose in retrospect, you asked what would you do differently, but before we come to that, I think the atmosphere by the mid-1990s was such that paramilitary organizations were being degraded over time. A lot of them had informers. The population was getting completely fed up. You had effectively a new generation coming up, and they couldn't enjoy a proper lifestyle. They couldn't go out. They were afraid of sending their children out at weekends to enjoy themselves. And there was a weariness had crept in after so many years of violence. And by that stage, we had literally thousands of people had been killed, and many more thousands had been injured. And of course, you had a huge audience then of victims who had to live through all of this. So that, plus the economics of it, I think put a lot of pressure on the political parties and the governments to find a way of doing things differently. And hence, you found that there was pressure brought to bear to have a process. And it wasn't simply the 2 years that George chaired. There was other attempts had been made from the beginning of from the late 80s into the early 90s. So it was a culmination of all of these attempted talks processes that culminated in the election of the Forum for Peace and Reconciliation in 1996, from whose members the talks delegates were actually drawn. So I think that combination of things led to a point where change was required.
Thank you. Mark?
Yeah, well, I mean, as already been said this morning, what marked these talks as being different was that they were as inclusive as they were. Also, the agenda was pretty comprehensive. The fact is, when we did spend a lot of time in negotiations talking past each other and talking at each other, defending our different proposals and critiquing what others were saying, there was a point where we realised we couldn't keep talking past each other. We were going to have to come to some sort of agreement. And agreement takes not just mutual engagement, because you can have lots of dialogue and still not agree anything, and we've had a lot of those sessions. It's what takes mutual adjustment for collective advancement. And in our negotiating team, Bridge Rogers chaired our negotiating team, and she would put us through our paces and our what we called our homework club, and say, that's all very well, that's a good argument for why we want it, but we still haven't answered various criticisms, we still haven't answered various gaps in our proposals. And so we would have to, as Senator Mitchell said this morning, actually listen to what other people were saying and critiquing and answering that, because we also knew we had agreed as part of the rules of the talks that any agreement was going to have to go to a referendum, north and south. That created a certain realism on all our parts, that we had to have a product that everybody else could stand over, and that there had to be enough in it for everybody else to sell to their electorate. So that was a real realism check, a reality check that we had to factor in. And of course, the fact that it was going to be subject to a referendum, that in turn informed some of our ideas about the institutions. And so the form of elective inclusion that we negotiated into the agreement was partly influenced by the fact that we knew this agreement was going to have to go to a referendum, north and south. And if we had come up with a more exclusive form of government, you know, a traditional model of voluntary coalition that would involve the involuntary exclusion of parties, we knew that was going to weaken the likely appeal in a referendum, not just in the north, but probably in the south as well. So we maybe should use a time like this to ask ourselves the question, what were we thinking? And answer it honestly. What were some of the reasons why we thought some of the ideas we did, why we agreed some of the ideas we did, and now, in light of experience, say, do those reasons still stand? Which are the principles and the precepts that absolutely are fundamental, and which are the fixtures and fittings and furniture that maybe need to be adjusted?
And one thing you would have done differently?
I would have been more insistent post-agreement on, there was a mistake made in the legislation. The bill to create the 1998 Act did not translate the agreement's proper provisions in respect of a petition of concern. And when you fussed about that, you were told that you were paying too much attention to detail, you were a detail wonk, etc., etc. And the British government's answer was to just they said they didn't want to do a clunky amendment that would have translated what was in the agreement about petition of concern, which was not a veto. It was simply a trigger mechanism for a special proofing procedure around equality and rights issues. And instead, it was provided for in the legislation as a veto. And then the only adjustment that was made was they said standing orders would make provision for the sort of procedure that was outlined in those relevant paragraphs of the agreement. And just an awful lot of difficulty came from that, the mistranslation of the petition of concern, which was carefully developed between ourselves and John Alderdice in particular to avoid veto and to avoid a tit-for-tat veto, but that's not the way it was translated into legislation, and we suffered big time in the Assembly because of that.
Thank you. Jerry.
Yeah, thanks, Nancy, and thanks to Queen's for hosting this conference, Comrades Buick, Dave Chigolier. I think that we have to give credit to everyone who played any part at all, small or large, in developing this agreement. But I just wanted to give a sort of a personal narrative. You talked about magic, and if there was magic involved, it came from a man called Father Alex Reid. And Father Alex Reid railed against the establishment view. And the establishment view was defeat the Republicans. This is a matter of criminality. This is a matter of gangsterism. Subdue them, and we get on. That's how they defined peace. And Father Alex had a different view along with Des Wilson. He said peace needs justice. You need to listen to people. People have the right to dignity. People have the right to respect, and so on. A turning point for me was in my private meeting with John Hume, which happened 12 years before the Good Friday Agreement, and I've often wondered how it took so long, 12 years, from we first met at the invitation of Father Alex Reid. And then Mark has mentioned, and it's crucial, that it was an inclusive process. All the parties were invited to it. That hadn't happened before. And the agenda, the CLAR, was quite wide and encompassing of all of the issues from constitutional matters through governance, through rights, and so on. So by the time we get into government buildings, and we'd been blocked on a number of occasions and turned away on a number of occasions, we had a fairly match-fit negotiating team, because we had been negotiating with the Irish government, and Albert Reynolds does not get the credit that he deserves for the role that he played with Irish America, and threw that into the Clinton administration, yourself, Nancy, and your colleagues, John Hume, and with a back channel into the British government. So the ability of all of the participants to agree, I think, is testimony to them reading the broad popular opinion, which certainly from the broadly nationalist Republican position was, you need to have an alternative way to go forward. So the Good Friday Agreement wasn't a destination. It wasn't an event. It was the beginning of a new journey. It was a new journey which didn't define a destination. And in fact, from the Irish sort of democratic point of view, one of the most important bits of it is that there's now a peaceful way to end English government rule in this island, if that's what the people want, through a referendum, whenever that comes about. So I think that was a significant matter for all of us involved, plus all the other equality issues, particularly, and the rights issues. I think Mark's right about watching the legislation. There were a number of issues which were agreed which went awry because of, deliberately or otherwise, the way the legislation was put together. And I remember George Mitchell saying to myself and Martin McGuinness, and this was towards the end, probably into Holy Thursday or thereabouts, when he said, "Look, I have a life, and this isn't it. You have a life, and this is it." So if there were things that we could have done better, it would have been with due regard to the necessity of implementation. There's probably other relatives here, but I just want to recognise Daphne Trimble. I've said this a number of times publicly. I really appreciate the challenge that David met in terms of, and he was well served by Reg and other members of the Ulster Unionist Party, but he wasn't well served by other members of that party. And I got to know him much better, well past the Good Friday Agreement, when we used to meet on a personal basis. So I just want to pay tribute to him, and thank you for the little memoriam video, which also, of course, we regret the passing of Seamus Mallon and of John Hume and Martin McGuinness and the others.
Thank you. We might just ask Mrs. Trimble to stand so we can recognize you. Follow that.
That's reconciliation. That's a piece of magic. That's a real touch. And I hope from this day on we can build on it. So Nancy, the magic we have heard from the people inside. But I want to pay tribute, because this is a day of reflection, and thank you to Queen's for allowing us to do that. I want to pay tribute to the contribution that came from outside, including yourself. Don't get too embarrassed. Because first, the United States. And I'll pay tribute to the women who generally don't get mentioned. Martha Pope isn't able to come with us. She was George Mitchell's Chief of Staff. All of us recognise her as a very special person, like George Mitchell himself. She can't come because she's doing what women do all over the world. She's caring for her father, who's 102 years old. So she's behind in Washington, D.C. She's a wonderful woman, and she keeps in touch with me all the time to find out how the people here are doing. Alongside Martha, I want to talk about two other good friends who I met 2.5 decades ago. And it's been very special this last few days because we've been able to honour them. I first met Hillary Clinton when she was First Lady. Then I met her as Senator. Then I met her as Secretary of State. And now she's Chancellor of this wonderful university. Is that not special? Is that not magic? And I see Milan Verveer here, who's now the Ambassador for Women, Peace and Security at Georgetown. We are the closest of friends. And for me, the magic is friendship. The friendship across the Atlantic that has come time and time again to help us over every crisis, over every hurdle. And I am certain that they are there now for us as we try to put the functioning government back up again. And finally, I'd like to say the morale boost that came also, as we saw last week, from President Biden, but from South Africa. And I know that Ralph Mayer is here, and they brought us to South Africa. He drafted the South African Constitution, and we did what George Mitchell asked us to do. Listen, listen, listen. My mother used to say, you've got one mouth and 2 ears, and use them in that proportion. And so that's what we did in South Africa. And I thank the people from Finland and Canada and as far away who came to this little piece of Northern Ireland, where we were known to be cantankerous, Nancy, from time to time, not all the time. And I would just like to say to Jonathan this morning, who referred to the two communities at war with each other, it's not actually the most perfect analysis. It sounds like we were two tribes at each other. The analysis is bigger than that. And so I want to thank the governments of Great Britain and the governments of Ireland, and most particularly the community leaders of Northern Ireland, who were waging and waving peace for years and years. And that was a very special piece of magic. And Mo Mowlam, as you all know, was not only a magician, but her own special touch, which we remembered last night, and brought her magic to it. So those are some of the women that I wanted to pay tribute to. But from inside that room, Yeats, I want to paraphrase just briefly. Out of Ireland we have come. Great hatred, little room, has maimed us from the start. So let's remember that it takes little room, little discussions, little conversations across our differences, and that in the end was the magic.
Thank you very much. One thing you would do differently?
It's like asking what's your favourite book. I would do a few things, but I'm only allowed one. We prioritised the issue of victims, and I'm very pleased the Women's Coalition was there, because I'm often asked, what difference does it make to have women at the table? And many of us had been victims. We had known people who had been killed, people who had been injured. And so we asked for a decent process to be established, that we would remember them and remember their sacrifices. If I had to go back, I would probably make that less of an aspiration and make it more of a guarantee. And it certainly would not be it would not be the legislative process that we're currently seeing in Westminster. It's funny, isn't it, that the one thing that has united all the parties, and that doesn't happen often in Northern Ireland, is the opposition to this legislation. So let's make it human rights compliant. I just don't say that because I'm the Chief Commissioner, or was, of the Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission. I say it because we need healing, and we need what is in the title of that bill, reconciliation. So if I had to go back, I probably would have said, let's keep the spirit of the agreement moving fast, and let's get proper legacy legislation in place.
Well, thank you all for those comments. I'm now going to go in sort of reverse order and ask you just one specific question, and then if we have time left, we can just have an open exchange between you all before we pass on this panel. Just briefly, coming back to the issue of women and youth, I would like all of you to kind of look at how do you get women and youth to remain engaged in politics and the Good Friday Agreement and understanding the legacy. They are the future. They're still divided. They still have harsh views and are not always looking towards the future as we want them to. But Monica, maybe comment a little bit on the Women's Coalition and how well women are represented in Northern Ireland today. There's few in the parties, as was commented on this morning. What should be happening now to get women back at the table?
Well, it's in the agreement, Nancy. The clause is in the right of women to full and equal political participation. And there's also clauses in that agreement which I would ask young people to look at. I actually have to remind myself at the minute, 2 of the members of the Youth Parliament, and I'm sure the Youth Parliament are here, reminded me this week that the only reference to the history curriculum at the minute in GCSEs is that women handed out tea and buns when the British Army first arrived. That's only reference to the role of women in this society. So that isn't inclusion, that's exclusion in my book. And I think that their voices are vital voices, and it's really important that we change that. I also think the substance that women bring, the agenda, they broaden the agenda, is really important. And because my time's short, I went to see the play in the Lyric last night, and it was lovely to be sitting beside Sandra Mitchell. Yeah, this agreement. And the actors are superb, and it's a brilliant drama. But as I walked out, and I asked Don Purvis and others, did they feel the same? It was just that little bit limited. The women, once again, were written out. And something has to be done about that. I pay tribute to our wonderful artists and our poets and our playwrights who did so much to also help make the peace here. But I think it's only fair, 25 years on, that women get written back in. And so I keep on saying to the women in Northern Ireland who I'm still working with, the peace building never ceases. But I am delighted to say that as I go up to the Assembly and sit in the gallery and look down, once it gets re-established, that there are 36% of women now as politicians, making decisions, debating, and are the current legislators. And so to the next generation, I hope you join them, and that number will rise and rise and rise. That's democracy.
Mark, I think we should pay a little bit of tribute to John Hume's contribution to the Good Friday Agreement. I can still hear his voice saying, it's about people, not territory. What would he be saying today in terms of successes and failures? And he's very much part of this agreement.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, one of the risks about a panel like this of the Farmers' Union is you can end up with a situation that Hugh Logue once described as nostalgia bumping into amnesia on the way back from obscurity. And so John, through everything, John would always say things like, if the underlying problem hasn't changed, the underlying solution hasn't changed. And clearly the underlying solution, fully endorsed by the people of Ireland, North and South, in the joint referendum, which was John's idea, is for the principles and precepts of the Good Friday Agreement. But John also was very clear that each generation was going to have to make its own choices, that it was about creating institutions that would allow us to work together to build the common ground, work the common ground as he saw it, and then people would have to make decisions and choices according to their best lights, their shared priorities and their shared purposes. And so I think in a situation like this, John would be pointing to the opportunity that is there. Remember, John was talking about the economy long before anybody else in Northern Ireland politics was talking about the economy. A lot of his discussion in America, even back in the 80s and the 90s, would have been about the economy as well. And so he'd be looking, obviously he would have been fretting about Brexit. I can remember trying to explain what Brexit was to him one day in the home, and he said, how did people vote for that? And I said, they talked about immigration, they talked about taking back control and sovereignty. And he goes, Tories, Tories, Tories. And I said, well, he hasn't lost it entirely. He's absolutely got it. But the fact is, he would be pointing to the opportunity, because that was always this thing of the big picture, what's the opportunity and what's your responsibility within that. One thing I would just want to say, I don't want people to think that victims were only mentioned at the end in the agreement because the Women's Coalition raised it. In much of the discussion, in many of the exchanges that George Mitchell described this morning, victims were a major part of that, because people were talking about different victims, people were talking about different hurts. A lot of it sounded like upcasting, and people worried, is this trying to blame particular parties or put certain parties in a corner, etc., etc. So inevitably, when it came to the text of the agreement, and this was something that John recognised as well, we were going to have to be forward-looking. So when it came to rights, it was generic and forward-looking in terms of the precepts around rights, rather than a thing that was going to recite all the rights that had been violated in the past and all the grievances that were there. You weren't going to get an agreement on that basis. Similarly, unfortunately, we were able to say less about victims in terms of describing them or describing their experience. And yes, what was in there ended up being patronising, and part of the problem has been that so much of the time since the agreement, we have gone from patronising victims to ghettoising them and not actually addressing legacy in proper terms. But in all of the different initiatives there were, you know, to deal with legacy, like Eames Bradley, like Haas O'Sullivan, whatever, remember, those didn't happen because some parties, and it was different parties at different times, were saying, no, that wasn't right. So we're right to criticise the British government now for the legislation, but collectively, we have some responsibility to take for why we didn't address that issue more constructively earlier. And it's sometimes quoted about John Hume that he's one of the people who said you have to draw a line under the past. John wasn't speaking about victims and their needs when he said that. John was actually saying that to us and to others. Look, you can't spend your time after this agreement upcasting to people that they used to oppose power sharing, or upcasting to somebody else that they didn't believe in the constitutional process, or whatever. We have to take the agreement as the starting point for our political relationships from here on. That's what he meant when he said draw a line under the past, not anything to do with forgetting victims and leaving them in forgottenhood in the way it has sadly happened.
Thank you. Reg, as Monica mentioned, we have this lyric theater wonderful play where David Trimble's character was front and center. I hope you've had a chance to see it, Mrs. Trimble. What would he say today about the progress and what is needed to get Stormont up and running today? How would he be approaching that?
Well, first of all, before I answer that question, I would just like to make the point that Monica was talking about women and young people and being involved. They can't very well be involved if the institutions are shut down. So, David got dog's abuse, as you will have known. He was under, I would suspect, Jerry may have a different view, but he was under, I think, more pressure than any other of the party leaders, as was visible at the talks process. So he was fighting on a number of different fronts, but he always had a very clear vision because he thought strategically. Some of those who attacked him most thought tactically, and they were looking for the next few months to the next election, but they didn't look at the big picture in the long term. I think he would have believed our current situation is bad, particularly for unionism. We succeeded in taking a position where the building in which the Assembly is located would have been most closely associated with unionism since the 1932 when it was opened. And yet, ironically, it's not nationalists who are keeping the place shut, it's unionists who are keeping the place shut. So it doesn't make sense. And that, I think, has a long-term implication for it. I think David would have been most uncomfortable with the prospect that we have no operating thing when you consider we have the worst socio-economic crisis facing families, and poverty and cost of living increases, when the Assembly that we elected should be there to help those people at this point in time, which is the most... It's like having a car and keeping it in the garage. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. So I think that he would have been very uncomfortable with that. And I think the other thing was the way Brexit was negotiated by our own government must be the worst example of statecraft by the United Kingdom, certainly in my lifetime, and maybe in others as well.
Jerry, so I'll give you the last question, and then we'll have just a short conversation among ourselves until time is up in about 15 minutes. Your life has been fighting for republicanism, and the Good Friday Agreement met many of those aspirations. How do you see republicanism going forward, assuming the Good Friday Agreement stays? Look 25 years ahead, and what's your vision, and how should we be preparing for that now?
Okay, Nancy, thanks. Just before I answer that, I just want to read into the record the women members of Sinn Féin's negotiating team. Barbara de Bruyn, Siobhan O'Hanlon, Lucilita Brennock, Rita O'Hare, Michelle Gildernew, Chrissy McCauley, Reid Kern, Geraldine Crawford, Don Doyle, Dodie McGuinness, and Sue Ramsey. It's a matter of historical fact that among the first Republicans on this island were the Protestant people. And Northern Protestants played a huge part in all of that. And what Irish republicanism is about essentially is about citizens' rights and about a citizen-centred society. Now, I want to see an end to English rule on this island. And I hear Reg talking about the current Tory government, and I agree with everything that he says about them. And it's just, I think, a matter of common sense that we can govern ourselves better than anybody from London, govern ourselves better than anyone from outside of this island. So citizen-centred, rights-based, let's start to reimagine the future. You know, we will undoubtedly have a referendum. I don't think it should be a repeat of Brexit. That would be an absolute disaster. I think a start should be made to engage. I understand why unionism tactically won't engage, because they see that as putting their step on the slippery slope. But you know, on an island this size, with a population this size, it doesn't suit to face away from each other. It suits to work together on health, on mental health, on climate change, on infrastructure, on homelessness, on social and economic deprivation, and on regeneration of the economy, and all of those matters. So I think we're into a phase, given all that we've been through, of gentle persuasion, that those of us who want to see that type of vision becoming reality, listening, proactively listening to those who don't, engaging, being flexible about how we proceed in terms of it. And I would just appeal to my Northern Protestant brothers and sisters to look at their own history, particularly here in the county of Antrim and the county of Down, to the role that patriots, mostly Presbyterian, played, and then when they were chased out of the place, went on to play in the independence struggle in your country, in the USA, and went on to become presidents of that United States of America. So I think it's all there for us to discuss, and I think the most important thing is we can now peacefully disagree. There's nothing wrong with disagreeing. There's nothing wrong with somebody putting forward an opinion and somebody putting forward another opinion. Away, maybe 30 years ago, we were involved in private talks with people from mostly church-type people, mostly middle-class church people. And the first discussion was very bruising, was really difficult. But what persuaded me that there was a difference coming about, now this is 30 years ago, was it wasn't a one-off. They came back, we went back. We continued. We didn't agree on everything. In fact, we didn't agree on a huge amount. But we agreed to keep listening to each other's opinions and trying to get some shape of it. So republicanism, or a citizen-centred society, or one in which everybody can be treated on the basis of equality, I think is within our grasp. It will take time. You don't have to rush at it. Just go at it easy, go at it intelligently, and go at it strategically, but listen as much as speaking.
Thank you very much. We got started a little late, so we're going to wrap up and not have that conversation, but we'll be around for the next few days. I would just sum up the panel with thanks to all the youth who are here. Get involved, make a better future. Get the car out of the garage. Don't be afraid of being the detail wonk. It matters. And remember the importance of that rare thing, common sense. So thank you, Queens. Thank you all for this wonderful panel. And let's give the panelists a round of applause. Thank you very much.
Nancy, thank you so much for that. A little bit of magic there. A fabulous panel. Thank you all very much indeed. Well, now the second session of Building Peace, the Parties. In a moment, I'm going to invite you to meet our next set of panellists. We've got John Alderdice, Lord Alderdice. We also have Gary McMichael, who was the leader of the Ulster Democratic Party and its chief negotiator during the talks leading to the agreement. In 1998, he founded his addiction charity, ACERT, which is now a leading provider of drug, alcohol and mental health services across Northern Ireland. Dawn Purvis is also on the panel. She's a former leader of the Progressive Unionist Party and a member of the Legislative Assembly, and also a member of the Equality Commission for Northern Ireland. And finally, Ian Paisley Jr. is the Democratic Unionist Party MP for North Antrim. He has been for the past 13 years. And he's also a graduate of Queen's University, where I believe he studied Irish history and politics. Welcome the panel, please.
Can I say, yeah, Nazi soda bread, just for those who missed. Look, at the outset, can I say a huge thank you to Queen's University for laying this on. They've done a remarkable job. I was coming through the day chatting to some of the staff and all the rest, and most of them have been here since about 4:30, 5 o'clock this morning, and they've shown a major commitment. And it's just not today, it's been weeks in the planning, months in the planning. And certainly, I don't think any other institution could have done this, quite frankly, and done it in the decompressed way that we're discussing it and doing it. Because this is complex, it's also controversial, it also is divisive, but we've been able to be brought together, and I think most of us got this morning a piece of magic from George Mitchell. I mean, that was remarkable. A masterclass in how to lead, how to construct, how to understand people. Probably a psychologist's dream there today in terms of what was happening. No, looking at you, John, for that one. So he was very, very remarkable. Look, I'm extremely proud of Northern Ireland. I'm extremely proud of its diverse people. I really want to see this place being a critical success. And that's why, I suppose, we care so passionately and why we do take different views on trying to get the outcome that we think is best for Northern Ireland. It's not, I keep saying, it's not utopia, it's Ulster. It's a divided place. And we have to try and work to heal those divisions. And George, in his contribution, he quoted from The Isle of Innisfree by W.B. Yeats, where he said, "Peace comes dripping slow." And sometimes, yeah, the tap has been turned off. In one of the earlier comments, Jonathan Powell said that, it took 8 years to get this thing to work, and then we had the McGuinness-Paisley moment where it then bedded in and worked. We've really had 3 periods, I think. The first period has been stop, start, stop, start. We then had the second period where we did have a bedding in, and then the third period where we're now in I suppose, a state of tension again. And I think the thing which marked it out is that we had big beasts taking big, courageous decisions, whether you were in the no side, and people dismiss people who were in the no side and say it wasn't a courageous thing to do. It was as equally courageous to take that point of view, to have the alternative point of view. Who was it said that if we're all saying the same thing, we're not actually thinking? We have to have people who have different points of view. And we took a different point of view. We led a campaign and we lost that campaign. But we're Democrats. And we held coming back into a position where we could renegotiate change, achieve changes under the St Andrews, and get a process up and running again. And I think by our actions, it was proved that our party, through its leader then, my father, and then Peter Robinson, we really bedded in a process and tried to make it work through the big beasts. But we have moved to a very difficult position. And I think that one of the things that I hope that people do is, and as a history graduate, I would say this: learn the mistakes of our history so as we are not destined to repeat the mistakes.
And what's the one thing you do differently?
Well, that's one thing. I mean, I would take that moment and say, right, let's relearn from that. I mean, as a DUP, are we remorseful? Are we angry that we were on the no side? No, we're not. We took a position, I think, with integrity. We got changes at St Andrews, which we worked very hard for. And, I mean, remember, the process for 8 years wasn't working. There was the most stop-start moment, constipated moment in politics. And it is unfortunate that the last 6, 7 years have been equally a stop-start. And the trick now is, can we get big beasts back in the field? Can we get decisions working from the bottom up, from the community up? Can we get people engaged? I mean, my community is out of love with the institutions. It's a fact. We can pretend that this thing is all cuddly and we can embrace it. The unionist community that I talk to is out of love with these institutions. And yet these institutions could be the only way to preserve the union. So we've got to work hard at trying to make this thing work better, work smarter. And if people think that's easy, come up and do it.
Okay. Good food for thought there. Dawn, what was the magic, what made the magic, and with the benefit of decades, what's one thing you might have done differently looking back?
Well, I think, like Ian, we're all praising our alma mater today as Queen's University, doing